usually have a screen output?
Yeah, usually there's a screen output. This is the board I usually
Didn't look like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about if I can make it work.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Good morning, junior Holstein exhibitors. We got 3 minutes till go time, so start heading your milking yearling and summer junior 2-year-olds to ringside. We'll enter from the west end of Cooper Arena and exit through the middle, so head to the west end of Cooper. All right, we will begin the show with our milking yearlings. So milking yearling, please enter the ring. It'll be followed by our summer junior 2-year-olds. In our milking yearling class, first place goes to Paige Berkey with T Penny. Welcome our judge this morning, Miss Mandy Bew. She will give us our reasons beginning our show.
Well, good morning. It's certainly an honor and a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Just one entry here in your milking yearling class, but what an exceptional individual she is. A cow that just exhibits such style and balance. You love the openness and sweep to that fore and rear rib, and she wears a beautiful mammary to boot. She has so much variation and quality throughout the udder, an udder with a deep seam all the way from top to bottom. Certainly a young cow with a great big future that could withstand a lot more competition. Thank you so much to the exhibitor for bringing her out.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our milking yearling class, first goes to Paige Berkey with T Penny, now showing our summer junior 2-year-olds. In our Summer Junior 2, first place goes to Carissa Pittman with Brook Hollow Unix Locket. Judge Bew.
Well, two really promising summer junior 2-year-olds. And for me today, this first place cow, she just has the definite advantage today and overall veination, quality, and texture her udder today. She's longer and smoother blending through that fodder attachment. Furthermore, she's just a silkier hided cow. She's longer and more feminine up through that head and neck. She's cleaner down through the bone in her hock. But our second place cow is certainly a tremendous individual in her own right. Fresh, only 40 days, a cow you just like to clean up just a freckle, and improve that overall udder quality, especially through the fodder. But a cow with certainly a lot of promise and potential. Again, congratulations to both exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our Summer Junior 2-year-old class, the award was sponsored by Roehaven Holsteins. Sorry, I missed that. Donna Danette Simpson. Placings are in your program. Entry 710, Carissa Pittman was first with Brook Hollow Unix Locket, and second was Aubrey Top with Top View B Has It All. Now showing our spring junior 2-year-olds. I would like to welcome our judge today, Miss Mandy Bew. Mandy was born and raised on her family's 100-cow dairy farm located just outside Baraboo, Wisconsin. She now resides in Kaukauna with her husband, Eddie, where they manage the elite show herd at Milk Source Genetics. Bew has served as the farm's young stock manager, where she's cared for and developed several champion caliber animals, including 2 Supreme Champion heifers at World Dairy Expo, multiple junior champions, and most recently, Milk Source Shea Red, last year's junior champion of the International Red and White Show. Mandy and Eddie have bred and owned numerous All-American nominees and have partnered on several successful show animals, most memorably Floyd Home MC Emoji, owned with partners of the La Femme Fatale Syndicate and Sean and Seth Nels. Emoji was intermediate champion of the International Holstein Show in 2019, and her daughter, Ms. Thunderstorm Eternity, was named the Reserve Junior Champion at World Dairy Expo and the Royal in 2022. Mandy has had the honor and privilege of judging numerous shows throughout the U.S., as well as the Victorian Winter Fair in Australia, the 2024 Swiss Dairy Expo Red and White Show, and the 2024 International Junior Holstein Show at World Dairy Expo. Let's welcome our judge today, Miss Mandy Bew. In our spring junior 2-year-old class, second goes to Audrey Seidel with Lucky Hindsight Asia, and winning the class is Cale Henry with Lucky Acetylene Artillery. Judge Bew.
Well, certainly a two-pair class here in your spring junior 2-year-olds. And these first two cows, they really lead the class out quite handily. Our first place cow, though, today she has that advantage in length through the fodder, attachment, quality through the fodder, especially on the right side. In addition, she shows me so much more mass through the midsection. Taking nothing away from the cow following out here in second, a cow you really admire for that femininity, that cleanliness, the straightness of lines, especially over the top today, over our third place cow. She's neater about the tail head setting. Taking nothing away from the massive cow following out here in third. Third over fourth, she has an advantage in overall cow power. She's much wider down through the floor of her chest today, and she carries the width all the way through to her rear udder attachment. Furthermore, she's leveler back from hooks to pins. She shows me so much more drop and openness to that fore and rear rib. Our fourth place cow, though, certainly a cow you have to admire for that overall femininity, that style, that length from end to end. Just needs a little bit more time to body down to get up any higher in the class. But again, for very impressive spring junior 2-year-olds, thank you to all the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our spring junior 2-year-old class, the award was sponsored by Roehaven Holsteins. In your programs, entry 451, Lane Francis was second in the 4-H show with TJ Classic T-Struck Aspen. Next entry was scratched. Entry 453 was the winner of the class, Cale Henry with Lucky Acetylene Artillery. Entry 454 was scratched. 712 was the third in the class, and 713 was second in the national show, Audrey Seidel with Lucky Hindsight Asia. Now showing our winter senior 2-year-olds. In our winner senior 2-year-old class, second is Nora Menzie with White Light Tea-Struck Custard, and winning the class is Elena Top with Red Carpet Ringside. Judge Bew.
Well, an extremely close pair here at the top of your winners senior 2-year-olds. For me today, this first place cow, though, she has the decided advantage in overall balance and style. I prefer the way her neck extends from the shoulder today. She just shows me so much more cleanliness of bone, silkiness of hide, and she's freer moving on those rear legs. She parades about the ring with more flex and ease down through the hock. Our second place cow, though, keeps it extremely placed, she wears the best udder in the class. What a tremendous, tremendous mammoth individual. She uses her advantage today in length of forudder attachment, height and width of the rear udder today. She's harder over the top and leveler from hooks to pins than the black silky cow following out here in third. Third over fourth, it comes down to overall capacity, both of frame, especially through the midsection, and of udder. Furthermore, she shows me more vanation and quality to those forudder attachment. Just a cow that just silkier hided from end to end, but taking nothing away from our fourth place cow, a long-bodied cow, just needs to drop a little rib today, get a bit more quality through the forudder today to get any higher in the class, but certainly a tremendous individual in her own right. Again, thank you to all 4 exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. And our winner senior 2-year-old cow class, the award sponsored by the Ohio Holstein Show. In your programs, entry 456 was fourth. Entry 457 was the winner of the class, Elena Top with Red Carpet Ringside. Entry 458 was third. And 459 was second with Nora Menzie with the White Light Tea-Struck Custard. Now showing our fall senior 2-year-old Holsteins. In our fall senior 2-year-old class, second goes to Hannah Griffith with Southern Hills Alt Margaret, and winning the class is Brady Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. Judge Bew.
Well, just the 2 cows out here in your fall senior 2-year-old class, and a handy winner in the class. A cow that is just all balance and style, dairy strength, and she wears a tremendous mammary to boot. Today she uses that overall advantage in silkiness of hide, femininity, drop to that fore and rear rib, the quality and texture, the bloom through the rear quarters of udder today, but taking nothing away from the cow following out here in second, a cow fresh since January. As I spoke with the young lady, just needs to calve again and clean up from end to end, but a beautiful cow in her own right. Again, thank you to both exhibitors on such fine 2-year-olds.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our senior 2-year-old class, with the award sponsored by Miley Holstein Farms. In your catalog, 460 was the winner of the class, Brady Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal, and second was Hannah Griffith with Southern Hills Alt Margaret. Now showing our junior 3-year-old Holstein cows. I would like to introduce our royalty today that's helping us out. Brianna Workman is the Ohio Holstein Queen. She is the daughter of Brent and Lene Workman of Belmont, Ohio. From Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm, she attends Ohio State University ATI campus. Brianna shows Holsteins and milking Shorthorn along with beef Shorthorn at the county, state, and national levels. She's active in FFA during high school and placed 9th at the National Dairy Judging Handling Contest in 2025. She's been a 4-H camp counselor for 5 years and works at Studio MC Performing Arts Center. She would like to wish all the exhibitors the best of luck and thank everyone supporting the Holstein breed. Also joining her is our first attendant, Savannah Ruthroff. She is the daughter of Sean and Angie Ruthroff of Salem, Ohio. She also attends Ohio State ATI. Savannah shows Holsteins and Brown Swiss. She is the president of the Ohio State ATI Dairy Club. During high school, in FFA, earning her state and national degree while also being on the dairy and general livestock judging team. She was also a 3-year varsity letter winner in competitive cheer. Savannah also would like to thank everyone for coming and supporting the exhibitors and the Holstein breed. Good luck to everyone. Thank you, Savannah and Brianna. In our junior 3-0 class, second goes to Paige Berkey with Steinway Eye Candy Journey, and winning the class, Luke Knoop with Futurama Hancock Bell. Judge Bew.
Well, again, 4 really nice cows out here in your junior 3-year-old class. For me today, a solid winner in the class. A cow that just wears her udder up, tucked up higher above the hock today. A cow with more quality throughout the udder. I prefer the turn to those rear quarters over our second place cow. Furthermore, our first place cow, she just handles so much more, she handles so much straighter over the top when she's out on the move. She stands in line more comfortably on those rear legs. Second over third, for me, it comes down to the overall balance and symmetry to those rear quarters. She shows me more blooming capacity, width at the top of the rear udder today than our cow following out here in third. Third over fourth today, a cow that's just, again, she's tighter knit up through the front end. She's leveler back from hooks to pins. She carries her udder up higher above the hock. In addition, she has more desirable teat size and length. Then a nice balanced cow coming out here in fourth. Our fourth place cow, you certainly love the depth to that rear rib today, that openness and sweep. Just like to have her udder tucked up just a bit more youthful today and straighten her out over the top to get any higher in the class. But again, 4 really nice cows here in your junior 3-year-old class.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our junior 3-0 class, the award was sponsored by Goodson Farm. In your programs, entry 463 was second, Paige Berkey with Steinway Eye Candy Journey. 464 was third. 465 was the winner of the class, Luke Knoop with Futurama Hancock Bell. And 466 was fourth. Now showing our senior 3-year-old Holstein cows. This will be followed by intermediate champion of our 4-H show and then of the national show. In our senior 3-year-old class, second goes to Hannah Freilich with Hodgland Swingman Lust, and winning the class is Riley Doria with Stanmardale Quinley.
Well, certainly an impressive class here in your senior three-year-olds. But for me, this black silky cow, she really owns the ring today. She has that tremendous side profile, that incredible ring presence, and it is her advantage in straightness of lines. I prefer how her neck extends from her shoulder today. She's leveler back from hooks to pins and neater about the tailhead setting. Furthermore, it comes down to mobility for me. She moves so much freer about the ring on her rear legs. She has a cleaner bone down through her hock today, but taking nothing away from a beautiful uddered cow following out here in second. Our red cow following out in second, she just has simply that advantage in stage of lactation today. She's longer through the forward attachment. She shows less quartering when viewed from the side. In addition, she has more quality through those rear quarters than our just recently fresh cow following out here in third. The cow in third, she just needs a bit more time to gain back that quality throughout her udder, but a really tremendous individual in her own right. Again, thank you to all three exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our senior 3-year-old class, the award was presented by Crimson Lane Holsteins, the Thorbon brothers. In your programs, entry 467 was second national and first 4-H, Hannah Freilich with Hodgland Swingman Lust. Entry 717 was third, and 718 was the winner of the class, Riley Doria with Stanmardale Quinley. Now showing for intermediate champion of our 4-H show. Test, test. Showing for intermediate champion of our 4-H show from the spring milking yearling class is Paige Bertkey with T Penny. In the 4-H show, there were no summer junior 2-year-olds. Spring junior 2-year-olds. First was Cale Henry with Lucky Acetylene Artillery, and second was Lane Francis with TJ Classic T-Struck Aspen. From our winter senior 2-year-old class, first was Elena Top with Red Carpet Ringside, and second was Nora Menzie with White Light T-Struck Custard. From our fall senior 2-year-old class, first was Brady Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal, and second was Hannah Griffith with Southern Hills Alt Margaret. From our junior 3-year-old class, first was Luke Knoop with Futurama Hancock Bell, and second was Paige Bertkey with Steinway Eye Candy Journey. And from our senior 3-year-old class, first 4-H was Hannah Freilich with Hodgland Swingman Lust.
first of all, please give these exhibitors a great big round of applause. They've done an exceptional job here in your young cow classes. For me, I pulled out the 5 cows that have really stood out throughout these young cow classes. The winning senior yearling in milk, certainly an impressive, extremely balanced individual. The winning spring junior 2-year-old. When we talk about balance, she is the epitome of it. A cow that you just love, that openness and sweep to her rib. Then that winning winter 2-year-old, certainly an extremely youthful cow, a cow with all the variation you could ask for, and a high-style individual. The fall senior 2-year-old, another cow that when she came in, she leaves you just speechless. You just love the balance of frame. Just love this cow from end to end. And then your junior 3-year-old, another cow that wears a nice, extremely youthful udder, a straight-lined cow. All which are tremendous young cows in their own right. And I'm going to go out and name your intermediate, your reserve intermediate, and honorable mention in that order. And when I do so, if you would please extend a great big round of applause to them. That cow for your intermediate champion, as I said earlier, she just takes your breath away. A cow that is all the balance and style, that beautiful dairy strength to go with, and she wears a tremendous mammary. And today she does have that advantage over your honorable mention intermediate champion, just with that overall ring presence and style. A cow that's just a bit snugger through the forward attachment, a cow that wears her udder just a bit higher above the hocks for her size, but taking nothing away from that reserve intermediate, a cow, again, that I absolutely love for her balance. Today, she has her teats placed more centrally beneath the quarters and has the advantage of height and width to the rear udder to go over your honorable mention intermediate. All tremendous young cows. Thank you again to the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. For the intermediate champion of our Ohio 4-H Holstein show, the award was sponsored by Commodity Blenders of West Salem, Ohio. Goes to the winning fall senior 2-year-old owned by Brady Cole, Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. Congratulations, Brady. For reserve intermediate champion, that award was sponsored by Kalmbach Feeds, and that goes to the winning spring junior 2-year-old owned by K.O. Henry, Lucky Acetylene Artillery. And our honorable mention was the winner senior 2 owned by Elena Top, Red Carpet Ringside. We will now show for intermediate champion of our national Holstein show. while we're lining up for selection of intermediate champion of our National Holstein show, we would like to recognize the best bred known winner recognized by the National Holstein Association is the second prize winner, senior 2-year-old Nora Menzie with White Light Tea-Struck Custard. Congratulations, Nora. Showing for intermediate champion of our International Holstein Junior show is the milking yearling of Paige Berkey, T Penny, from the Summer Junior 2 class. First was Carissa Pittman with Brook Hollow Unix Locket, and second was Aubrey Top with Topview B Has It All In. From the Spring Junior 2-year-old class, first was Cale Henry with Lucky Acetylene Artillery, and second was Audrey Seidel with Lucky Hindsight Asia. From the winner senior 2-year-old class, first was Elena Top with Red Carpet Ringside, and second was Nora Menzie with White Light Tea-Struck Custard. From the fall senior 2-year-old class, first was Brady Cole with Hankinson's Crushable Crystal, and second was Hannah Griffith with Southern Hills Alt Margaret. From the junior 3-year-old class, first was Luke Knoop with Futurama Hancock Bell, and second was Steinway Eye Candy Journey, owned by Paige Berkey. And from the senior 3-year-old class, first was Dora Riley with Stanmar Dale Quinley, and second was Hannah Freilich with Hodgland Swingman Lust.
Well, again, tremendous individuals out here for your intermediate champion. I'm going to go out and name your intermediate, your reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And when I do so, if you would, again, please give them a great big round of applause. Well, again, that intermediate champion, she's just all balance and style and wears a tremendous mammary. And again, just a cow that's just a freckle more youthful in the udder today, a cow with a bit more the ring presence and the hardness of top to go over your reserve intermediate, a tremendous balanced individual. And then for your honorable mention, again, a cow I just love for that beautiful openness and sweep to her rib, a real high style heifer. But taking nothing away from your winning senior 3-year-old, a tremendous, beautiful, silky-hided black cow, just not quite the strength to the pasture today, and the bloom to those rear quarters, the turn to the rear udder, but again, a tremendous, tremendous cow in her own right. Thank you so much to the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew, and congratulations to our intermediate champion, the winning fall senior 2-year-old owned by Brady Cole, Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. The reserve intermediate champion is the spring junior 2-year-old owned by Cale Henry, Lucky Acetylene Artillery. An honorable mention to the winner senior 2-year-old owned by Elena Top, Red Carpet Ringside. Congratulations to all. Now showing our 4-year-old Holstein cows. In our 4-year-old class, second is Paige Berkey with Steinway Hancock Rewind, and winning the class, Carissa Pittman with Max BHF. She is designer. Judge Bew.
Well, 3 very competitive cows in this class today, but for me, an easy winner. A cow that exudes style and balance. Today, she has a definite advantage in balance and symmetry through those rear quarters. She's wider at the top of the rear udder, and you prefer the turn to the rear quarter. Furthermore, she's much longer from end to end. She shows more extension, especially up through the head and neck. Taking nothing away from the solid cow following out here in second. Boy, you just love this black cow for her width and her power and strength. And she uses that overall cow power to place over the cow following out here in third. She's much wider through the muzzle, carries it down through the chest floor and all the way back through her hips and pins. In addition, she shows me so much more mass through the midsection, being deeper about that rear rib and flank, and is leveler along the udder floor and snugger through the forudder attachment. Our third place cow, though, you certainly have to recognize that height to the rear udder attachment. It is so extreme. Just like to see the cow get a bit more rib today and body down to get any higher in the class. But again, 3 very impressive cows. Thank you to all 3 exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our 4-year-old cow class, with the award sponsored by IBA of Ohio, entry 748 was first in the national show, Carissa Pittman with Max BHF. She is designer. Entry 468 was second national and first 4-H was Paige Berkey with Steinway Hancock Rewind. And third national and second 4-H is Avery Randall with Stan Mardale Adina. The last entry was scratched, and we will now show our 5-year-old Holstein cows. In our 5-year-old Holstein cow class, second in the class is Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering, and winning the class is Colton Thomas with T Side Piece. Judge Bew.
Well, certainly 4 cows out here in your 5-year-old class that deserve recognition from top to bottom. Beautiful cows. And a pair of cows to start the class off with that are extremely stylish. But our first place cow today, I just prefer the turned, those rear quarters, cow that has her front teeth set more plumb beneath the quarters. In addition, she shows me more drop when she's out on the move, a bit more mass through the midsection, taking nothing away from the black silky-hided cow coming out here in second. The cow in second, certainly a rig. You love the length of body, her straightness of lines, and she uses that overall straightness of lines. She's a bit more proportionate from shoulder back to the pins today. She shows me more bloom and capacity throughout the rear udder, and it's a bit snugger through the forudder attachment. Third cow over the 4th place cow has the advantage in overall stage of lactation. She just shows me so much more femininity, clean cutness from end to end, and she shows more bloom and extension through that forudder. Taking nothing away from the cow here in 4th, though, you certainly admire the cow power. Just fresh since Christmas Day, as the young lady told me, just like to see her clean up a little to get any higher in the class. But again, 4 very impressive individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our 5-year-old cow class, the award sponsored by Erica Davis and Jason Robinson. In your programs, entry 720 was the second National Junior Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering. Entry 721 was the winner of the National Junior Show, Colton Thomas with TTT Side Piece. Entry 471 was fourth and second in the 4-H show, Harper Knoop with Futurama Master Bella. And entry 472 was third and first in the 4-H show, Luke Knoop, Futurama arch rival Charlotte. Now showing our aged Holstein cows. In our age cow class, second goes to Mackenzie Top with Ballwig Delta Lambda 904, and winning the class, Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red. Judge Bew.
Well, certainly two very impressive cows here in your age cow class. Anytime you get to a cow being 7 years old and 5 calves, you have to recognize that. So many things have to go right. And for me today, a cow that just ran away with the class. She is all balance and style. Today, she's just harder topped, especially back through the loin. She's more style, back through the rump structure. She shows me more drop to that fore and rear rib. In addition, she's longer and smoother blending through that forward attachment, leveler along the udder floor, and carries her udder a bit higher above the hocks. Our second place cow, though, just recently fresh, and you have to acknowledge the overall femininity, the cleanliness, and the length and stretch of this cow. Just like to see her a little further on in her lactation and clean up a little congestion through those rear quarters to be more competitive over that first place cow. But again, two very, very impressive cows. Thank you to both exhibitors for bringing out your age cows.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our age cow class, the award presented by Baker's Acres. In your programs, 473 was second, Mackenzie Top with Ballwig Delta Lambda 904, and winning the class entry 751, Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red. Now showing our production Holstein cow, to be followed by senior champion of our 4-H show. In our production class, the winner is Cale Henry with Buckleaf KB Easy A 3745. Judge Bew.
Well, another 7-year-old with 5 calves and just a powerhouse of a cow. You really have to admire when you stand out front of her that extreme width that she carries all the way on back through her rear udder. And she wears a very youthful udder for having 5 calves, an udder with extreme width to that rear udder. But again, a really tremendous cow that has withstood the test of time. She certainly could withstand more competition out here in your production cow class.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In the production class, the award sponsored by Miley Holstein Farm. The winner was Cale Henry with Buckleaf KB Easy A 3745. We will now show for senior champion of our 4-H show. Showing for senior champion of our 4-H show. From the 4-year-old class, first was Paige Berkey with Steinway Hancock Rewind, and second was Avery Randall with Stanmardale Adina. From our 5-year-old class, first was Luke Knoop with Futurama arch rival Charlotte, and second was Harper Knoop with Futurama Master Bella. From our age cow class, first was Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red, and second was Mackenzie Top with Ballwig Delta Lambda 904. From the production class, first was Cale Henry with Buckleaf KB Easy A 3745.
Well, as they pull out and get lined up here for everyone to admire, certainly an impressive older cow classes. And I pulled out your 5-year-old, beautiful long-bodied cow that's all femininity. The two aged cows, both very impressive in their own right. And then that production cow, another 7-year-old with 5 calves, a cow that certainly is extremely youthful for her age and lactations. But I'm going to go out and name your senior champion, your reserve senior champion, and honorable mention in that order. And when I do so, if you would please receive them with a great big round of applause. It's going to be a little squirrely, okay? You did great. Congratulations. And congratulations. Beautiful cow. Thank you for bringing her back out. I really appreciate it. That winning age cow is your senior champion today, and a cow, again, that is just so much balance and style, mass, bloom, and capacity from end to end. And I follow her up with your reserve senior champion with that winning 5-year-old. Again, a cow I just love for her youthfulness, her length, her daringness, and quality. And then for honorable mention senior champion, the production cow, as I spoke earlier, a cow that is extremely youthful. Our reserve senior champion just has the advantage today in balance through those rear quarters, drop to the fore and rear rib, but taking nothing away from that honorable mention senior champion. Certainly an impressive cow in her own right. Again, congratulations to the exhibitors on a beautiful older cow show.
Thank you, Judge Bew. The senior champion of the 4-H show with the award presented by Purina Animal Nutrition goes to the winning age cow owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ PP Astro Red. For the reserve senior champion, that award was sponsored by Hart Communications, and it goes to the winning 5-year-old owned by Luke Noop, Futurama arch rival Charlotte. An honorable mention goes to the production class winner, Cale Henry with Buckleaf KB EZA 3745. Now showing for senior champion of our National Holstein Show. Showing for senior champion of our National Holstein Show. From the 4-year-old class, first is Carissa Pittman with Max BHF, She is Designer, and second was Paige Berkey with Steinway Hancock Rewind. From the 5-year-old cow class, first was Colton Thomas with T-Triple-T TC Side Piece, and second was Wyatt Schlau with Velvet View Remembering. From our age cow class, first was Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red ET, and second was Mackenzie Top with Balwick Delta Lambda 904. And from the production class, first was Cale Henry with Buckleaf KB Easy A 3745.
Well, again, as they get lined up here, please give these exhibitors a great big round of applause. A tremendous older cow show. I really appreciate the opportunity to admire them. And I pulled out your winning 4-year-old, a cow that, as I spoke earlier, just loved the length and stretch of this cow, the overall mass and substance. The 2 5-year-olds, a cow, your winning 5-year-old, a cow that is the epitome of balance, style, and wears a tremendous udder. Your second place 5-year-old, another cow that I just love the style, length, and stretch of this cow. And then the red cow there, your winning age cow, a cow that, again, is extremely balanced. None of these cows are the biggest cows, but the cows that are proportionately correct for me, cows that wear tremendous mammary systems. And I'm going to go out and name your senior champion, reserve senior champion, and honorable mention in that order. And when I do so, if you would please receive them with a great big round of applause. That winning 5-year-old for me, as I spoke earlier, she is just so much ring presence and style, the beautiful extension of her head and neck. Today she has the advantage over our age cow, and she's just a bit more youthful in the udder. She's higher and wider in the rear udder attachment. I prefer her down through the bone and the hock today, just a bit more quality. But taking nothing away from the red cow there for your reserve senior champion, certainly another tremendous, tremendous individual. Just love the balance of this cow, and she uses that overall balance to place over the black silky cow. She's just, I prefer the teat placement on our red cow over the black cow. A cow that just shows me a bit more drop, especially through the forerib. But again, tremendous cows out here for your senior champion lineup. I could not be more impressed with both the exhibitors and the cows alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Bew. Senior champion of our National Junior Holstein Show is the winning 5-year-old owned by Colton Thomas, TTT Side Piece. And the reserve senior champion is the age cow owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ, PP Astro Red. An honorable mention was the second place 5-year-old owned by Wyatt Schlau, Velvet View Remembering. Now showing for grand champion of our 4-H show.
Well, certainly 4 beautiful cows out here to admire. Your intermediate and reserve intermediate cows that are just pure quality. And then your senior champion and reserve senior champion cows, again, that I just fell in love with, cows that have had numerous calves. I'm going to go out and name your grand champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And when I do so, please give these youth a great big round of applause. They've done a wonderful job. I'm sticking with that red cow for your grand champion again. Today, she's just so much balance. A cow that has withstood the test of time, wears a tremendous mammary. She just has the advantage today in having had more calves, a bit more depth and substance through the midsection than your reserve grand champion cow, who is also your intermediate. A cow with loads and loads of style. A cow certainly with a great big future to her. And then that junior 2-year-old for your honorable mention grand champion. Another cow that I was so impressed with her balance, her extreme. She just spells milk from end to end. A truly impressive individual. Again, congratulations to each and every one of the exhibitors on a beautiful cow show.
Thank you, Judge Bew. Our grand champion of the 4-H show, award presented by Stan Mardale Holstein, goes to the senior champion and winning age cow owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ, PP Astro Red. For reserve grand champion, that award was sponsored by Ackley Holsteins, goes to the intermediate champion and the winning fall senior 2-year-old owned by Brady Cole, Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. An honorable mention goes to the reserve intermediate champion and spring junior 2-year-old owned by Cale Henry, Lucky Acetylene Artillery. Congratulations. Now showing for senior champion of our national junior show.
I could not be more excited with our lineup out here for Grand Champion. Again, your intermediate and reserve intermediate cows certainly deserve a lot of recognition for being so young. Very, very impressive cows with great big futures. And then your senior champion, reserve senior champion, both cows in their own right, I think are next level kind of cows. They are so impressive. They match balance with style and tremendous, tremendous udders. I'll go out and name your grand champion, your reserve at honorable mention. And again, when I do so, please give them a great big round of applause. For your grand champion today, cow that for me is just a slam dunk. She is next level. She is all tremendous, tremendous balance and style. She really checks all the boxes. And for reserve grand, 7-year-old cow that has withstood the test of time. She wears a beautiful mammary system, tremendous individual. And for honorable mention, also your intermediate champion cow, a cow I love for her youthfulness, her ring presence and style. Again, congratulations to these exhibitors on a beautiful cow show.
Thank you, Judge Bugh, for our grand champion of our National Junior Holstein show. It's the winning senior champion and 5-year-old cow owned by Colton Thomas, TTT side piece. And the reserve grand champion goes to the age cow owned by Lane Francis, Lucky Russ, PP Astro Red. An honorable mention to the intermediate champion owned by Brady Cole, Hankinson's Crushable Crystal. Congratulations to all. We will now show our spring heifer Holstein calves. Test, test. Seeing if you hear us at the other end of the barn. In our spring calf class of our junior Holstein show, second in the 4-H class is Will Cole with Someday Miraculous Penny Red. Second national show is Ruth Bumbauer with Rainbow Image Addie. And winning the class is Cameron Thomas with Dialed In EPI Laguna. Judge Bew.
Well, certainly to start our heifer classes off, a pair of calves that will really wow you when they're in the ring. For me today, though, this first place calf has a definite advantage in mobility. It's how she steps down on those rear feet and legs. Our second place calf just likes to knuckle, just a freckle. In addition, our first place calf just a bit straighter in her lines, little leveler from hooks to pins today, but taking nothing away from this tremendous side profile calf following out here in second. Second over third, she just has the advantage in style. She blends so much smoother from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel. She's fuller in the crops today. I prefer the set to her rear leg. However, our third place calf, you certainly love that femininity, the length and stretch, and she uses that advantage today to place over another white calf following out here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, she's just simply more heifer. She's wider through the chest floor. She carries the width on back through her hips, pins, and thurls. Fifth over sixth, again, what a tremendous, this sixth place calf, I just absolutely love that the modern silhouette, that tremendous length up through the head and neck. She's such a streamlined, straight line calf. To go over another black calf here, the black calf following her, just a powerful individual. Not quite that femininity and dariness as the heifer above her, but really a wide-bodied, strong calf. Beautiful calves right on down the line, tremendous quality. Thank you to all the exhibitors here in your March calf class.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In her spring heifer calf class, the award was presented by Jenny Thomas of Sybil Fisher Photography. In your programs, entry 475 was first 4-H and second national junior Ruth Bumbauer with Rainbow Image Addie. Entry 476 was second 4-H and third national with Will Cole with Someday Miraculous Penny Red. Entry 477 was scratched. 478 was 8th. 479 was 4th. 480 was scratched. 481 was 10th. 482 12th. 43 14th. 44 9th. 45 6th. 486 5th. 702 was 13th. 730 7th. 706 was 11th. 707 was scratched. And winning the class was entry 708, Cameron Thomas with Dialed In EPI Laguna. Now showing our winter calf class. In our winter heifer calf class, second goes to entry 492, Lauren Kishman with Ms. Dawn's Dream. And winning the class, Bentley Cole with Someday Black Love. Judge Bew.
Well, what an outstanding class here in your winter heifer calves. A calf to win the class that is all style and grace. You just love the extension of the head and neck today, and I prefer the way it extends out of the shoulder than on our second place calf. Furthermore, she's straighter in her lines, especially back over the top. Today, our second place calf just likes to roach. But for me, the main concern comes down to mobility. Our first place calf moves so much freer on those rear feet and legs, more flex through the hock when she's out parading. Just a tremendous ultra style, beautiful side profile calf. Taking nothing away from the heifer following out here in second. Second over third, it comes down to when you get him in line. She's just so much more heifer from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. She's especially longer back through the rump. And when you get him in line, she's just fuller through the crops today than this extremely balanced made heifer following out here in third. Third over fourth, it is that substance through the midsection, that drop, the sweep and angle to the rib today to go over another long, stretchy heifer following out here in fifth. Fifth and sixth, I move back and forth. But once you analyze them from behind, our fifth place calf is just so much wider back through the pin setting today. In addition, I prefer the set to those rear legs. She moves about the ring with a bit more freedom of ease and grace. But taking nothing away from that red calf, another beautiful side profile calf. Just again, like to give her a bit more spring when you stand in front of her today, and just a little bit different hock setting to get any higher in the class, but a beautiful, tremendous class, quality calves right on down the line. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
In our winter heifer calf class, the award sponsored by Purina Animal Nutrition. In your programs, 487 was the winner of the class, Bentley Cole with Someday Black Love. 48 was 5th National 4th 4-H. 489 was 6th and 5th. 490 was 3rd. 491 was 7th and 6th. And 492 was 2nd in the class, Lauren Kishman with Ms. Dawn's Dream. 493 was 9th and 8th. 494 was 9th in the 4-H show. 495 was 13th. 496 was 8th and 7th. 497 was 11th. 498 was 12th. 703 was 10th. And 709 was 4th in the national show. Now showing our fall heifer calves. In our fall heifer calf class, second in the 4-H show is entry 529 Kenley Sechrist with Hodgland Beers A. Maya. Second in the national show is entry 573 Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Avenger Bailey. And winning the class is Will Cole with Curvale Attagirl Red. Judge Bew.
Well, a fantastic group of fall calves out here from start to finish. For me today, the red calf has the advantage today in overall balance and style. When you admire her from the front, she stands much wider on the chest floor, and she does carry that width all the way on back. She's just a bit neater back through the tail head setting, a bit more drop to that, especially through the forerib than the heifer following out here in second. The second place calf, just a beautiful side profile calf, and today she uses her advantage, especially again when in line. Our second place calf is so much fuller through the crops today than our third. In addition, she's straighter and leveler over the top, especially when she's out on the move. Third over fourth today, it comes down again to that straightness of lines. Our fourth place calf, when you pull her in line, she likes to get a little easy loin today. Our third place heifer, however, she also has the advantage in angularity, dariness, and style. Fourth over fifth, it comes down to mobility. Our fourth place calf moves about the ring so much easier and freer on those rear feet and legs, especially back on her right rear leg. Fifth over sixth today, it comes down to angularity, clean cutness, silkiness of the hide. Our sixth place calf, a late October model, certainly a beautiful, well-made calf, just not quite the angularity and clean cutness of the calves above her. Again, a beautiful class from start to finish. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our fall heifer calf class, the award was sponsored by Dallas Rind and Judy Wolford in memory of Lewis Jones. In your programs, entry 522 was 10th and 8th, 523 was 12th and 10th, 524 was the winner of the class, Will Cole with Curvale Attagirl Red. Entry 525 was 9th and 7th, 526 was 7th and 5th, 527th was 4th and 3rd. 573 was second in the national show, Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Avenger Bailey. Entry 528 was 11th and 9th. 529 was 3rd and 2nd in the 4-H show, Kenley Sechrist with Hodgland Beers A. Maya. Entry 705 was 6th and 4th. 749 was 8th and 6th. And 728 was 5th. Now showing our summer yearling Holstein heifers. Summer yearling class. Second 4-H is Finley Elsaw with Kingsway Sidekick Texel. First 4-H and second national is Bentley Cole with Someday Flash Dancer. And winning the class is Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Tattoo Will.
Well, a beautiful class here in your summer yearlings. And for me, a heifer that really set the standard when she walked in. A heifer that is so much mass and power and strength. And she uses that overall width with the muzzle. She carries on down through the chest floor and back through her rump today. She shows me more drop to that fore and rear rib and is straighter and harder over the top than the heifer that follows out here in second. Second over third, again, our second place heifer, tremendous side profile. When she's out on the move parading, she's just so straight lined. And she uses her advantage today. She's just a bit harder over the top, especially in the loin today. She's leveler back from hooks to pins to go over another powerful heifer following out here in third. Third over fourth, for me, it comes down again to that heifer power. She has so much more substance and motor up through the front end, more depth and openness about the fore and rear rib. The heifer following out here in fourth, a streamlined, straight as an arrow heifer. Just like to see her drop that rib again, but she uses her advantage and she's more nearly level, back from hooks to pins. Our fifth place heifer, when she's out on the move, she just likes to crank her pins up, just a freckle there, but a really tremendous, powerful, wide-chested heifer following out there. Again, a beautiful class of summer yearlings. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Bew, and our summer yearling class. The award sponsored by Andrews Auctioneers. In your program's entry 723 was First National Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Tattoo Wilt. Entry 499 was 7th and 5th. 500 was Second National and First 4-H Bentley Cole with Someday Flash Dancer. Entry 501 was 3rd and Second 4-H Finley Elsaw with Kingsway Sidekick Texel. Entry 502 was 9th and 7th. 503 was 8th and 6th. 504 was 12th and 10th. 505 was 11th and 9th. 506, 13th and 11th. 507, 5th and 4th. 704 was 4th and 3rd. 724 was 6th in the national show, and entry 250 was 10th and 8th. Now showing our spring yearling Holsteins. Attention red and white exhibitors, we will be starting the red and white show promptly at 1 o'clock, so 12 minutes. Have your 2-year-olds headed to ringside. The red and whites will enter in the center from coming straight out of Gilligan and will show on the east side of Cooper Arena. in our spring yearling class. Second 4-H is Bentley Cole with Someday Seneca County. Second national show is Colton Thomas with T Papa Top. First 4-H is Ruth Bumbauer with Red Carpet Gold Any Day. And winning the class, first national, is Audrey Seidel with Top Glen T-Storm Blueberry. Judge Bew.
Well, an extremely competitive class here in your spring yearlings. And the joy of showing heifers is they can change from day to day. But for me, this first place heifer, when she's out on parade, you just love the head carriage, that side profile, that beautiful slant and angle to her fore and rear rib. She's just a little bit sharper at the point of withers today, a heifer that tracks a little bit straighter, especially when you get her in line, than the black silky heifer following out here in second. Second over third, it's a closer placing to me. Our second place heifer, she just shows me a little bit more drop to that fore rib and back through the rear rib and flank than the streamlined heifer following out here in third. Third over fourth, it comes down to her length. Length from pole to pins. She also has some femininity up through the head and neck and also down all the way back through her hips, pins, and thurls. Pardon me. The heifer following out here in fourth. What a tremendous balanced heifer. You just love the overall hardness of top. She tracks out on a set of rear feet and legs, and she uses her advantage today in that overall style and balance in the way she tracks to go over the heifer following out here in fifth. For six, they're extremely close, but our fifth place heifer, she just shows me so much more drop. That fore and rear rib. She tracks so much straighter with more distance between the hock when you get them out on the move. But again, a beautiful class of spring yearlings.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our spring yearling class, entry 455 was third national and second 4-H, Bentley Cole with Someday Seneca County. Entry 508 was sixth and fourth. Entry 509 was first 4-H, Ruth Bumbauer with Red Carpet Gold Any Day. Entry 510 was 8th and 6th. 511 was 7th and 5th. 512 was 4th and 3rd. 14 was moved to the winter yearling class. 715 was second national, Colton Thomas with T Papa Top. Entry 725 was fifth national. 726 was scratched, and 727 was first national, Audrey Seidel with Top Glen T-Storm Blueberry. Our award in the spring yearling class was sponsored by Dallas Rind and Judy Wolford in memory of Lewis Jones. Now showing our winter yearling Holstein heifers.
The junior red and white show has just begun. Our summer junior 2-year-olds are in the ring. Please have your junior 2-year-olds at ringside. Junior 2-year-olds to ringside. Placing first in our summer junior 2-year-old class, Velvet View Repent Red ET, exhibited by Lena Schlau. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at our Junior Red and White Show at the Ohio State Fair. Just a single entry in our summer junior 2-year-old class, but a heifer you admire for that openness and depth she has to both that fore and rear rib and just that beautiful square mammary system. Would maybe like to lengthen her out in her forudder attachment, but just a beautiful dairy frame cow with a very square udder. Congratulations.
Final placings in the red and white summer junior 2-year-old class. First to Velvet View Repent Red ET, exhibited by Lena Schlau. Junior 2-year-olds are now entering the ring. Please have your junior 3-year-olds at ringside. Judge Reynolds is completing the junior 2-year-old class in the red and white show. Please have your junior 3-year-olds at ringside. Winning the junior 2-year-old class is Delaney, Callie, and Cooper Barber with Beercrest Alpha Double Down. And first in the 4-H show is entry 221, Mackenzie Top with Top View Red Eye Anna Red. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, 3 really nice cows in our junior 2-year-old class. The cow I'm starting the class with just has so much balance to her frame. You love the openness and depth to both that fore and rear rib she has, and then you get to her mammary system. She's just higher, wider, and fuller in that rear udder attachment today. I prefer the length and attachment of the fore udder today over this nice balanced dairy frame cow coming out in second. The cow in second over the cow in third uses that advantage and balance to her frame. I also prefer she's stronger in the loin region and just handling herself a little bit more comfortably on those hind legs today over this really long-framed dairy cow coming out in third. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. The winning entry was Beercrest Alpha Double Down, exhibited by Delaney, Callie, and Cooper Barber. Entry 221, Mackenzie Top View Red Eye Anna Red was second in the national show, first in the 4-H. And entry 322 was third in the national show and the 4-H show. The junior 3-year-olds are entering the ring. Please have senior 3-year-olds at ringside. I'd like to introduce the judge for our red and white show. Kelly Reynolds resides in Cornfu, New York, with her husband Tyler and 2 daughters, Cannon and Sailor. She assists on Tyler's family farm, Raincrest Farm, where they milk 2,000 Holsteins. The Reynolds have 40 head of show cattle they exhibit and market. They have been named Premier Breeder or Exhibitor 6 times at National Holstein shows in the last 5 years. On the heifer side of their business, they have won Premier Breeder and Exhibitor of the Holstein Heifer Show at World Dairy Expo in 2019, Premier Breeder at the Royal Winter Fair in 2019, and Premier Exhibitor at World Dairy Expo in 2021 and 2025. Raincrest has bred, owned, or sold 50 All-American nominations in the past 10 years in the Holstein, red and white, and Jersey breeds. She enjoys working with youth and has judged showmanship at World Dairy Expo. Kelly has judged shows in 15 U.S. states, Ontario, Canada, and Mexico. Please welcome our judge, Kelly Reynolds. In our junior 3-year-old class, first place goes to Callum Francis with Lucky Tango Azalea Red ET. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, a handy winner for me in our junior 3-year-old class. The cow I'm starting the class with just has that advantage in memory system today. She's more square in that udder attachment today, more uniform width all through her udder, and she just uses that advantage and also being a little bit more correct today. She's handling herself a little bit nicer over the top line today. I prefer the flex and set to her hock and the strength to her pastern over this really long-framed cow coming out in second. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Final placing in the junior 3-year-old class. First went to entry 223, exhibited by Callum Francis, Lucky Tango Azalea Red ET. And second to entry 222, Carson Bickle, Rager Flora Red. Senior 3-year-olds, please be entering the ring. Following the senior 3-year-old class will be our intermediate champion in the 4-H division with our first and second place entrants from the 4-H division.
In our winter yearling class for our Holstein show, in second place is Reed Kloffenstein with Ms. Shadyline Acetylene Cat. And winning the class is Brady Cole with Mardell View Aircraft Asia. Judge Bew.
Well, another extremely competitive class here in your winter yearlings. And a pair of heifers to start the class off with that are made very similar, heifers that are very striking when they're out on the move. But when you pull them in line and analyze them is when you really see. Our first place heifer is just a bit silkier and cleaner hided, especially back over the ribs. She's sharper at the point of withers. In addition, she shows me more drop of both the fore and rear rib, just a bit more substance through the midsection, taking nothing away from the extremely streamlined modern-made heifer following out here in second. Second over third, it comes down to just a heifer that carries herself just a bit straighter over the top today, just a bit leveler back from hooks to pins when they're out on the move. Third over fourth, primarily on the way she tracks on those front feet and legs. She tracks so much straighter at you when you admire them from behind, from the front. In addition, a heifer with just a bit more strength, width, and pop to that rib today. Taking nothing away from the heifer following out here in fourth. A tremendous side profile heifer. A heifer with loads and loads of eye appeal. Just like to change the way she tracks on those front feet. But today she uses her advantage in angularity and clean cutness. I prefer the way her neck extends from the shoulder today. Just a bit more length back from hips to pins to go over another well-made heifer here in fifth. Fifth over six, it comes down to the quality, the silkiness to her hide. Just a heifer that's cleaner boned all the way from end to end. But again, a beautiful class of winter yearlings. Thank you to all the exhibitors.
In the senior 3-year-old class, the winning entry is number 225, Hannah Freilich with Hodgland, Swingman, Lust. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, just a tremendous cow to win our senior 3-year-old class. A cow you love the straightness of line she has, that openness and daringness to her frame, and then you get to her mammary system, and it's just a beautiful rear udder. You love the height, width, turn, and shape to her rear udder, and it is that advantage in mammary system today and overall daringness to her frame to take her over this big, powerful framed cow coming out in second. Congratulations to both these young exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. The winning entry was 225, Hannah Freilich with Hodgland, Swingman, Lust. Second was entry 226, Brinley Randall with Stanmar Dale, Qatar Red. We will now have the intermediate champion of the 4-H show, and that will include our first and second place from the Junior 2, Junior 3, and Senior 3-year-old class.
Catching up in our Holstein show in the winter yearling class, the award was sponsored by Broadview Holsteins, and your program's 513 was fourth and third. Winning the class was entry 514, Brady Cole with Mardell View Aircraft Asia. Entry 515 was fifth and fourth. 516 was second in the class, Reed Kloffenstein with Ms. Shady Line Acetylene Cat. 517 was eighth and seventh. 518 was fifth in the 4-H show. 519 was sixth in both. 714 was third in the national show. 520 was seventh national. And 521 was ninth and eighth. Now showing our fall yearling Holstein heifers.
Competing for 4-H intermediate champion are junior 2-year-olds, Top View Red Eye Anna Red, and TJ Classic D Anastasia Red. Our junior 3-year-olds, Lucky Tango Azalea Red, and Rager Flora Red. And our 2 entries from the senior 3-year-old class are Hodgland Swingman Lust and Star Mardale Qatar Red. We'd like to thank our junior show class sponsors, which include Pringers, John Havermail, Springs Long Acres, Quiet Cove Farms, Southern Hills Holsteins, Brookview Farms, Triple T Farm, Golden Link Microbials, Charlie Gleisner, Caldell Farm, Hempstead Holsteins, Silver Mist Holsteins, Miley Holsteins, Stan Mardale Holsteins, Carl Lund and family, Willow Ray Farm, Lawdale Farm, Select Sires Member Cooperative, and ST Genetics. Thanks again to our class sponsors.
Well, we have our winners out here for intermediate champion of our 4-H Red Show today, and I'll go out and select your champion and reserve an honorable mention and give my reasons to follow. Yeah, let's give these youth a big round of applause. Some really nice cows out here. For intermediate champion today, it's pretty handy for me, our senior 3-year-old, a cow you just love pretty much everything about her. You love the balance she has to her frame, the daringness she has, but it's overall that advantage and correctness and memory system today to take her over our reserve champion cow. Reserve over our honorable mention uses that advantage. She's a little bit higher and fuller at the top of the rear udder today. She's a little bit longer in the fore udder attachment today than this really nice, recently fresh young cow for honorable mention. Congratulations to all our youth.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. Our intermediate champion came from the senior 3-year-old class, Hodgland Swingman Lust, exhibited by Hannah Freilich. Reserve intermediate champion was the junior 3-year-old, exhibited by Colum Francis, with Lucky Tango Azalea Red ET, and honorable mention intermediate champion to Mackenzie Top with Top View Red Eye Anna Red. We'll now have the National Show intermediate champion.
In our fall yearling class, first junior is Evie Reed, first 4-H is Evie Reedman with Miss B Ground Haya 1469. Second national is Riley Doria with Stan Mardale Quinlan, and winning the class is Wyatt Schlau with Sonora Valley Master Extra. Judge Bew.
Well, just about every size and shape you could put into a class. But for me, there's a pair of heifers at the top here, heifers that you can't split up. They're 2 peas in a pod. For me, they're just balance. They're heifers. They're not extreme, but they're very, very well made. And for me today, our first place heifer, she has the advantage and a little bit longer up through that head and neck. She's more chiseled down the top line and is more incurving in the thigh than the heifer following out here in second. Second over the tall white heifer. Again, it comes down to balance. She's just a bit more proportionate from the point of withers back to pins. In addition, she is longer through that head and neck today, just a heifer with a bit more balance than the extremely tall, long-bodied heifer following out here in third. Third over fourth, it comes down to that mass through the midsection. She shows me so much more drop to the fore and rear rib and flank. In addition, she's a clean cut heifer from point of withers on back, cleaner back over the hips and pins today than the heifer following out here in fourth. But again, our fourth place heifer, another long-bodied heifer that you really admire. Just like to see a bit more drop to that fore and rear rib to get any higher in the class. But again, 4 really nice entries here in your senior yearling class.
Thank you, Judge Bew. In our fall yearling class, with the award presented by Ackley Holsteins, in your program's entry 530 was 4th National and 2nd 4-H, Cale Henry with Quiet Cove Eye Candy Ferrari. Entry 531 was 3rd National and winner of the 4-H show, Evie Reedman with Miss B Ground Haya 1469. Entry 716 was 1st National, Wyatt Schlau with Sonora Valley Master Extra. Entry 750 was misplaced, and 754 was 2nd National, Riley Doria with Stan Mardale Quinlan. Now showing for junior champion of our 4-H show. Showing for junior champion in our 4-H show from the spring calf class. First was Ruth Bumbauer with Rainbow Image Addie, and second was Will Cole with Someday Miraculous Penny Red. From the winter calf class, first was Bentley Cole with Someday Black Love, and second was Nolan Henry with Etganway Airdrop W612. From the fall calf class, first was Will Cole with Curvale Attagirl Red, and second was Kenley Sechrist with Hodgland Beers A Maya. From the summer yearling class, first was Bentley Cole with Someday Flash Dancer, and second was Finley Elsaw with Kingsway Sidekick Texel. From the spring yearling class, first was Ruth Bumbauer with Red Carpet Gold Any Day, and second was Bentley Cole with Someday Seneca County. From the winter yearling class, first was Brady Cole with Mardell View Aircraft Asia, and second was Reed Klopfenstein with Ms. Shady Line Acetylene Cat. And from the fall yearling class, first was Evie Reedman with Miss B. Ground Hayes 1469, and second was Cale Henry with Quiet Cove Eye Candy Ferrari.
Some really tremendous individuals out here for intermediate champion of our junior red and white show. I'll go out and select your intermediate champion, your reserve, and honorable mention, and give my reasons to follow. For intermediate champion today, I'm going to stick with the cow that just won in the 4-H show. Again, a beautiful dairy-framed cow. She just uses that advantage in overall dairiness today. She's longer and cleaner through her head and neck today. And then when you get to her mammary system, she's higher, wider, and fuller in that rear udder attachment today. Maybe has a little bit more quality to the mammary system today over our really nice summer junior 2-year-old for reserve. Reserve over honorable mention uses that advantage in correctness today. She's stronger in the loin region. She's just handling herself more comfortably on those hind legs today than this really big, powerful dairy-framed cow with a good udder for honorable mention. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. Our intermediate champion of the national show goes to Hannah Freilich with Hodgland Swingman Lust. Reserve intermediate champion to Lena Schlau with Velvet View Repent Red ET. And honorable mention to Lucky Tango Azalea Red, exhibited by Callum Francis. Congratulations. The 4-year-old class for the red and whites will be next in the ring. There's 1 entry and also 1 entry in the age cow class. So if we can have the 4-year-olds at the ring and the age cow at ringside. Red and white show.
Well, certainly a very impressive heifer show following a incredible cow show. I've pulled out, for me, the 5 heifers that really stood out. That winning winter calf, a calf that is just pure silk. You love the dairiness and femininity of this calf. The red fall calf, a calf that never gives you a bad look. She doesn't have all the polish and shine, big hair, but she doesn't need it. Moving on to the winning spring yearling. Another heifer that you just love the dariness and quality. And the first and second place winter yearlings. Incredibly well-made heifers, heifers with width and power and strength. And I'm going to go out and name your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And when I do so, please receive them with a great big round of applause. Like I said earlier, that red fall calf, she just doesn't have any holes. She doesn't need big hair. She's a heifer that is so balanced. Heifer walks out on a tremendous set of feet and legs, gorgeous head and neck heifer, and she uses that advantage today in that style, that length up through the head and neck to go over the winning winter yearling for reserve junior champion. Again, a heifer that was extremely tight here in class with your second place and honorable mention winner yearling. Both a pair of heifers you just can't split up, that you admire for all their width and power and strength. But again, please give these exhibitors a big round of applause. They've done a tremendous job.
Thank you, Judge Bew, junior champion of our 4-H Holstein show. The award sponsored by Mason Farms. That goes to the winner of the fall calf class, Will Cole, Curvale Attagirl Red. Reserve junior champion female was sponsored by DHI Cooperative. That is the winning winter yearling, owned by Brady Cole, Mardell View Aircraft Asia. An honorable mention to the second place winner yearling of Reed Klopfenstein, Ms. Shadyline Acetylene Cat. Congratulations. We will now show for intermediate champion of our national junior Holstein show.
Can we have the 4-year-old entry in the red and white show enter the ring and have the aged cow at ringside? Placings in our 4-year-old red and white show. First, to Top View Red Eye Tia Red, exhibited by Mackenzie Top. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, just a single entry in our 4-year-old class, but a cow you admire the dariness to her frame. She has that length of frame and a very firmly attached udder. You love the firm forward udder attachment and that nice high wide rear udder. Congratulations.
The winning 4-year-old was Top View Red-Eye Tia Red, exhibited by Mackenzie Top. Will our age cow entry please enter the ring? That will be followed by senior champion of the Red and White Junior Show.
Showing for junior champion of our National Junior Holstein show from the spring calf class. First was Cameron Thomas with Dialed In EPI Laguna, and second was Ruth Bombar with Rainbow Image Addy. From the winter calf class, first was Bentley Cole with Someday Black Love, and second was Lauren Kishman with Ms. Dawn's Dream. From the fall calf class, first was Will Cole with Curvale Attagirl Red, and second was Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Avenger Bailey. From the summer yearling class, first was Audrey Seidel with Top Glen Tattoo Wilt, and second was Bentley Cole with Someday Flash Dancer. From the spring yearling class, first was Audrey Seidel with Top Glen T-Storm Blueberry, and second was Colton Thomas with T-Triple-T Papa Top. From the winter yearling class, first was Brady Cole with Mardell View Aircraft Asia, and second was Reed Klopfenstein with Ms. Shadyline Acetylene Cat. And from the fall yearling class, first was Wyatt Schlau with Sonora Valley Master Extra, and second was Riley Doria with Stan Mardale Quinlan.
Judge Reynolds has completed her placing in the age cow class. First to Lucky Russ PP Astro Ready T, exhibited by Lane Francis. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, just a single entry in our age cow class, but a cow that could certainly withstand some more competition. A cow you love, the beautiful dairy frame she has, that depth and openness and power she has all the way through her frame. And then just a beautiful mammary system to go along with it. You love the squareness to her mammary system. Would maybe like to see a little bit more quality right through that median suspensory ligament, but very nice. 7-year-old cows had 5 calves, certainly deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. The winning age cow was Lucky Russ PP Astro Ready T, exhibited by Lane Francis. At this time, we will have the senior champion of both the 4-H and national show. We have your winning 4-year-old, Top View Red-Eye Tia Red, exhibited by Mackenzie Top, and the winning age cow, Lucky Russ PP Astro Ready T, exhibited by Lane Francis. Following this class, we will have grand champion of the 4-H show. Following that, we'll have the grand champion of the national show.
Senior champion of our 4-H and National Junior Red and White show. For me today, it's pretty handy. Our age cow will be our senior champion. Let's give this cow a round of applause. She uses that advantage and overall mass to her frame. She's just straighter in her lines today. She's higher in that rear udder attachment. She has more uniform width to her rear udder over this very dairy-framed, nice uddered cow for reserve champion. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. Senior champion is Lucky Russ PP Astro Red, exhibited by Lane Francis from the H-Cow class. And reserve senior champion went to Mackenzie Top with Top View Red Eye Tia Red. At this time, we will have grand champion of the 4-H show of the Red and Whites.
Well, once again, out here for contention for junior champion. Heifers that, to me, they don't have to be the biggest heifers in the class. That doesn't bother me. They just have to be good. They have to walk out on beautiful feet and legs to show me that glimpse of what's to come. Something far more important, and that's when they calve in and go on to be cows. So for dairy strength, I like a little bit more mass through the middle. I love that deep open rib. The beauty of a heifer show, though, is it's very much personal opinion. It can change from day to day, but for me today, these are really solid group of heifers. Before I go out and name your junior champion and reserve and honorable mention, I'd just like to thank each and every one of you, the exhibitors, the parents. It's been an honor to judge here. The quality has been absolutely mind-blowing. Great heifers, incredible cows. It's been a lot of fun. I also like to say the exhibitors, you guys have all been fantastic. It makes it a whole lot more fun to judge when youth are so excited to be out here and excited to learn. I really am grateful for this opportunity. All right, I'll go name your junior champion. And if you would, please give them a great big round of applause. Again, they've done a tremendous job. Really no surprise there. As I said before, a heifer that just doesn't need hair. She is so balanced, so correct. A heifer that when she walked in, she was not the biggest heifer in the class, but try to find a place to pick her apart. And then for reserve, that winning winter yearling and a pair of heifers that I couldn't ever split up. Both extremely well-made heifers with loads of style. Our first place heifer, though, when you analyze her, when you get back behind her, is just so much more width back through the rump. Then our honorable mention, the second place winner yearling. Another heifer I really top and straight lined. Again, beautiful heifers out here in the heifer show. Thank you so much to each and every one of the exhibitors.
Thank you very much, Judge Bew. For the junior champion of our National Junior Holstein show, it goes to the winning fall calf of Will Cole, Curvale Attagirl Red, and the reserve junior champion goes to winter yearling owned by Brady Cole, Mardell View Aircraft Asia, and on to Reed Klopfenstein with Miss Shady Lane Acetylene Cat. Congratulations.
Well, some really tremendous individuals out here for our senior champion of our 4-H show today. Just our pair of grand champion of our 4-H show today, our pair of senior champions and our intermediate champions. I'll go out and select my grand champion of the show and then my reserve grand champion and give my reasons to follow. Well, two really tremendous cows for grand champion and reserve grand champion of our show. I'm going to go with our young cow today, a cow that's just has so much openness to her frame. You love the openness to that rib structure today. And then when you get to that memory system, she's just wider in that rear udder today. Just has maybe a little bit more quality to her seam today than this beautiful aged cow for reserve grand champion. Our reserve grand champion, a cow you love the straightness of line she has, would maybe like to just give her a little bit more width to that rear udder today, a little bit more volume and bloom to that udder, but Two tremendous cows. The exhibitor should be very proud. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. Our grand champion of the 4-H show went to our intermediate champion, the senior 3-year-old Hodgland Swingman Lust, exhibited by Hannah Freilich. Reserve grand champion of the 4-H show went to the winning aged cow, exhibited by Lane Francis with Lucky Russ PP Astro Red ET. The next class in the ring will be grand champion of the national show.
We brought back our reserve intermediate champion here from our national show, back for grand champion of our red and white junior show. And just let's give these cow exhibitors one more big round of applause. Today it's pretty easy for me for grand champion. We're going to stick with the cows I just named grand and reserve of our 4-H show. Our intermediate champion will be our grand champion, and our senior champion will be our reserve grand champion. Again, two tremendous dairy frame cows with great mammary systems. Let's give these youth one more round of applause. For honorable mention today, we're going to go with our reserve intermediate champion. Sorry about that. Congratulations, everyone.
Results of the red and white grand champion of the national show was our winning senior 3-year-old and intermediate champion, Hannah Freilich with Hodgland Swingman Lust. Reserve went to the aged cow, Lucky Russ PP Astro Red ET, exhibited by Lane Francis. And honorable mention grand champion of the national show went to Lena Schlau with Velvet View Repent Red ET. We will now move into the spring calf classes. Please have your winter calves heading to the ring.
Ayrshire exhibitors, we are now beginning the Ayrshire show. We are beginning on the west side of Cooper Arena, so enter from the viaduct. We do have the first class in the ring. These classes are going to go quick. There aren't a lot of you. So the junior 2s are in the ring. Senior 2 should be at ringside. 5-year-olds close behind, as well as production cows. Then we'll start into our heifers. This might be a world speed record, so be prepared. In our junior two-year-old class, the winning entry is Elena Top with Old and Lazy Wicked Phantom.
Well, as we start our cow show here, I don't think we're going to break too many speed records. I've never been known to talk fast or anything like that. But one nice cow here to start the class. I'm not going to be a broken record out here today and talk about ones that can stand a lot more competition. This is a cow that can certainly do that. Cow, you love the height and the width that she has to the rear udder, youthful here. Fresh here, I think she said the 1st of March. A cow, you love the mass that she carries through that midsection, the openness and the depth and strength that she has through that rib structure. Congratulations.
In our Ayrshire show in the Junior 2 class, again, the winner was Elena Top with Old and Lazy Wicked Phantom. I would like to also, as we get started here this morning, introduce our Ayrshire judge, Mr. Derek Balmer. Derek and his wife Jessica and their 3 children, Amelia, Abigail, and Levi, reside in Anna, Ohio, where they care for a group of show heifers. He owns Holsteins, Brown Swiss Jerseys, Ayrshire, and Ayrshires, which he breeds under the Happy Hour prefix. Derek exhibits at many local, national, and state shows. He also, in 19, bred his first All-American nomination. Derek is the 2012 graduate of Ohio State University, where he majored in agribusiness and was a member of the Ohio State judging team. His highlights include being high individual in Brown Swiss at the 2011 Big E, and as well as high Holstein individual in 2012 at the Fort Worth Stock Show. Derek enjoys judging and working with the youth, so today let's welcome Derek Balmer as our Ayrshire judge. In our senior 2-year-old class of Ayrshire show, the winner is Carly Binkley with Bricker Farms Cardi B. Judge Balmer.
Well, another single entry here, but a cow you just love the overall width and power and strength that she has. She's wide through that chest, carries that width back and through her hooks and pins and down through her thurls, and holds together a really nice, youthful udder. Cow fresh since April. Again, you love the size and scale that she has, the tremendous amount of spring to her rib as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Balmer. In our senior 2-year-old Ayrshire class, the winner was Carly Binkley. We'll now show for intermediate champion of our Ayrshire show.
Just announcement for our Dairy Youth Incentive Program. A reminder to all junior youth that in order to qualify for the Dairy Youth Incentive Program, you must participate in the show, showmanship, skill-a-thon, and the judging clinic. All youth who compete in these 4 tasks and complete the form, which is located in the Dairy Cattle office, will receive $200. As you look around the ring, you see the banners representing our generous sponsors who make the Dairy Youth Incentive Program possible. Please join me in thanking the sponsors. Judge Reynolds has completed her spring calf class placing. First place to Ella Whitmer with Nice and Fancy, Shake Your Booty Red. Judge Reynolds.
Well, a really nice class of spring calves to start our heifer show and the red and white show today, and a lot of different shapes and sizes in this class, levels of maturity. The heifer I'm starting the class with uses that advantage and balance to her frame today. You love the openness and depth she has and that dairiness she has throughout. She uses that advantage and dairiness today. She's longer and cleaner through her head and neck today, a little bit more open in her rib structure today to place over this balanced correct calf coming out in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third uses that advantage. I just prefer she has a little bit more openness, especially to that fore and rear rib today. She's handling herself a little bit nicer on those hind legs today over this long-framed calf coming out in third. The heifer in third over the heifer in fourth uses that advantage in dairiness. She's longer and cleaner through her head and neck today, dairier down through her thigh today over a very, again, balanced straight line calf coming out in fourth. But a really nice group all the way down. Congratulations.
Well, just two cows out here for intermediate champion, but two very, very tremendous kind of cows. Cows, I think, are going to probably continue to show this summer and go on to the next level as we get into the fall, and probably both are very deserving. Two kind of different kind of cows for me. I guess I'm just going to kind of explain the way that I see them here, and then I'll select my champion. I went back and forth, and I think everybody out here can probably do the same in their own mind. The young lady here with our junior 2-year-old, a cow, just ultra dairy. You love the femininity about her, the quality that she has all through that silky hide that she has. Carries a very nice udder, youthful udder. And then you got the big, wide, strong, powerful cow here. A cow that I will give the advantage through that spring to her rib that she has, the width, and maybe just a touch higher at the top of her rear udder. And with that being said, again, I think you could probably talk these both ways. You kind of got to select your favorite here, and I guess I'm the only one that can today. And I think you could kind of shoot this again either way, but I'm going to start with a young lady with our junior 2-year-old. I'm going to give her the advantage today just in that silkiness, the dairiness that she has all the way through. She's a little longer and leaner up through her head and neck. She's carrying less flesh over top or down through her thigh. Maybe doesn't have the spring to her rib that she has, but I will say she walks on a nicer set of feet and legs. Nothing too negative on this cow here, but a cow that wants to be a little straight in those rear legs and break down in those pasterns just a little bit for me, and that's kind of the advantage that I give her, or the advantage I give our intermediate champion. Not to take anything away from this cow here. I love the spring of rib that this cow has. I love the width that she has up through that front end, the width that she has through her udder, and a beautiful udder she holds high above the hock. Again, just like to maybe hold them pasterns a little bit stronger, clean her up through that head and neck and down through that thigh area. She's fresh about a month later than our junior 2, so I think that might come with time. Congratulations to both exhibitors. Give both these girls a round of applause, please.
Intermediate champion of our junior Ayrshire show goes to the junior 2-year-old of Elena Top, Old and Lazy Wicked Phantom. Congratulations. And the reserve intermediate champion is the senior 2-year-old owned by Carly Binkley, Bricker Farms Cardi B. Congratulations. We'll now show our 5-year-old Ayrshire cow.
In our red and white spring calf class, entry 210 was third and second. Someday Merrimack Penny Red, exhibited by Cole Will. Entry 229 was second. Beer Cut Odd Bluff, exhibited by Delaney, Callie, and Cooper Barber. Entry 230 was sixth and fifth. Entry 323 was fourth and third. Entry 231 was eighth and sixth. Entry 232 was fifth and fourth. Entry 324 was our winning entry in both divisions for Ella Whitmer with Nice and Fancy, Shake Your Booty Red. And entry 213 was seventh in the international show, in the national show. Currently in the ring are the winter heifer calves. Please have your fall calves heading to the ring.
In our Ayrshire ring, I would like to introduce our Ohio Ayrshire Queen who is helping in the ring today, Miss Christy Headings. She's down there with the picture crew. I should have waited a moment maybe, but Christy is the daughter of Dennis and Rebecca Headings. She's 17 years old and going into her senior year of high school at Fairbanks High School. Go Panthers. This is her 10th year in 4-H and going into her 4th year in FFA. She loves the Ayrshire cow and would like to wish all exhibitors the best of luck today. Thank you, Christy.
First place in our Winter Heifer Calf class is Brianne Workman with PGC Pumpkin Spice 1642 Red. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, again, a nice group of winter calves. The heifer I'm starting the class with uses that advantage and width and power today. She has so much more openness and spring to both that fore and rear rib. I would like to clean this heifer up through her head and neck today, but she uses that advantage and power, overall width throughout, to go over this really dairy-framed calf coming out in second. The heifer in second, you love the straightness of line she has, the dairiness she has. It's just that advantage. She's just a little bit longer from end to end today, end to end, and is a little bit more stylish today over the calf coming out in third. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Final placings in the Winter Heifer Calf class. Entry 233 was fourth. Entry 234 was second. For Will Cole with Buck's Pride, Hindsight, Ada Red. 235 was scratched. 236 was third. Entry 237 was your winning entry for Brianne Workman, BGC Pumpkin Spice 1642 Red. We'll have the fall calves now entering the ring.
In the Ayrshire ring, the winning 5-year-old is Elena Top with Kingsire Jazzy. Judge Balmer.
Just a single entry here for a 5-year-old, a cow fresh since June, a cow tremendous length from end to end, very feminine, especially up through that head and neck and down through that hock and her rear leg. Congratulations.
In our Ayrshire ring, the winning 5-year-old was Elena Top with Kingsire Jazzy, now showing our production Ayrshire cow. Ayrshire Junior exhibitors, would you please bring your production records to the table on your milk cows so that we could determine the Junior Production Award winner. So Ayrshire breeders with cows, bring your production records to the table for determination of the production award. In our Ayrshire ring, the winner of the production cow class is Carly Binkley with Bricker Farms Gibbs Carvella. Judge Balmer.
Well, I know we don't have a lot of people watching this show here, but what a tremendous cow out here. A cow, I think it don't matter who you are, you can appreciate a cow like this. Extremely well-balanced cow. A cow that's 11 years old, 8 calves, still getting out here, putting in work, gets around the ring really well. Again, congratulations to her.
Winner of our production cow in our Ayrshire breed is Carly Binkley with Bricker Farms Gibbs Carvella, now show for senior champion of our Ayrshire show.
Well, just 2 cows out here for our senior champion. 2 really nice cows. We have a 4-calf 5-year-old, and then we have our 11-year-old cow that has 8 calves. For me, this is a pretty easy decision. It's going to be our young lady here with our production cow. A cow that's just extremely well balanced. The advantages I give her over our cow and our reserve senior champion cow is just that overall depth that she has, the youthfulness that this cow still carries at her age, walking on a nice set of feet and legs, has that depth all the way through, especially down through that rear rib, and combines it all together with a beautiful balanced frame. And it is that straightness and the balance across her frame that I give the advantage over our reserve champion. A cow that just holds it together a little bit better as she gets out in the move, especially over that loin and through that rump structure. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Balmer. The senior champion of our Ayrshire show is the winning production cow, Carly Binkley with Bricker Farms Gibbs Carvella, and the reserve senior champion owned by Elena Top, Kingsire Jazzy. Now show 4 grand champion of our Ayrshire show.
Well, being that we've already talked about all these cows individually, quite literally, there were individuals in their classes. I won't waste a lot of time here, but 4 tremendous cows out here for our grand champion of our Ayrshire show. I think we only had 4 cows in the show here, but I say most of these cows are going to go on to the next level here this fall, and very deservingly of doing so. So I'll walk out here rather quickly. I'll select our grand champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. But let's give all these kids one round of applause here. Well, again, just 4 cows here, but I think tremendous, tremendous quality. A lot of dairiness out here, especially for our Ayrshire breeds. But the cow I'm going to win for Grand Champion, I think, just does so with a tremendous amount of strength and balance, the dairiness, kind of the whole package. I think sometimes when we talk about animals showing their age, it's a bad thing, but this is a cow that's showing her age in a great way. She is extremely feminine, walks around this ring still good, 11 years old, 8 calves. There's nothing to fault this old cow for, and I think the old qualities that this one brings is nothing but positives, and to be able to still do it at this age, I think is extremely tremendous, and she's been milking for a year, excuse me, but still extremely dairy, and I think it is that dairiness that kind of ties her. We had a little close placing with her intermediate champions, but when you get them out here, I think this intermediate champion falls right in line for a reserve champion. Again, extremely dairy, extremely silky hided, very feminine, very refined. And then our honorable mention for our reserve intermediate, we talked about the power, strength, and the width that she brings throughout. Congratulations.
Well, a really nice group of fall calves here in our red and white show. Let's give these youth a round of applause. The heifer I'm starting the class with, she's just so precise in her parts. It's that advantage. I prefer the way her neck comes out of her shoulder today. She's handling herself a little bit nicer on those rear legs today over this big dairy-framed open-rib calf coming out in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third uses that advantage and mass to her frame, especially mass to her midsection today. I prefer the way she blends from her loin into her rump today over this very balanced frame calf coming out in third. The heifer in third over the long-framed heifer in fourth uses that advantage and depth of heart and depth of rear flank today, but the long-framed heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth just uses that advantage and dairiness and femininity throughout, but a really nice class of calves all the way down the line. Congratulations to all the youth.
Back to our Ayrshire ring. The grand champion of our junior Ayrshire show is the production winner and senior champion owned by Carly Binkley, Bricker Farms, Gibbs, Carvella. The reserve grand was also the intermediate champion and junior 2-year-old entry of Elena Top, Old and Lazy Wicked Phantom. An honorable mention goes to the reserve intermediate and senior 2-year-old of Carly Binkley, Bricker Farms, Cardi B. Congratulations to our Ayrshire exhibitors. We will now begin with our Ayrshire heifers and our spring calves.
Results of the fall heifer calf class, we had 12 entries. Entry number 238 was 12 and 11. Entry 239 was our winner for both the national and the 4-H show for Will Cole with Curvail, Attagirl, Red ET. Entry 240 was second for Grayson Elsa, Quiet, Silver, Brielle, Red ET. Entry 241 was sixth. 242 was 11th in the national show, 10th in the 4-H show. Entry 243, 10th and 9th. 244 was scratched. 245 was 5th. 246 was 4th. 247, 8th. 248, 7th. 249, 3rd. and 328 was ninth in the national show. Now entering the ring will be the summer yearling class. We have very few entries, so please have your spring yearlings at ringside. Winter yearlings, please be prepared to come to the ring. Our winning entry in the summer yearling class in the red and white show goes to Brady Cole with Bucks Pride, Rompin' Myra Red. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, a handy winner for me in our summer yearling class, a heifer you love the dariness she has, and it is that advantage in dariness to her frame today. She's longer and cleaner through her head and neck, has a little bit more drop and openness to both that fore and rear rib today over this straight-lined heifer coming out in second. Congratulations to both these youth.
Placings in the summer yearling class. Entry 250 was second, exhibited by Hannah Griffith, Southern Hills Nisa Red ET. In our winning entry, number 325, Brady Cole with Bucks Pride, Rompin' Myra Red. Spring yearlings, please be entering the ring. And winter yearlings, please be on your way. We do not have any fall yearlings, so at the conclusion of the winter yearling class, we will have the 4-H show junior champion.
In our spring calf class of Ayrshire show, Second is Carson Bickle with Top Glen Waffle Fry, and winning the class, Autumn Harpster with Top Glen Kingsire Wasilla. Judge Balmer.
Well, two really nice heifers out here to start our heifer show. Heifer I'm going to start with, I give the advantage to. It's not necessarily just her size and scale, but it is the length that she has, and especially the length that she has through that midsection. She's more open through the rib and has got a little bit more length through that hip and or hooks and through her pins as well. Young man here with the heifer in second, really pretty headed type heifer. A heifer you love the femininity and the angularity that she has. Again, just like to see her kind of grow and mature up in through that shoulder a little bit and lengthen out and mature and open up through that rib section. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Balmer. Placings in your spring calf class. Entry 354 was second. Carson Bickle with Top Glen Waffle Fry. And 355 was the winner of the class, Autumn Harpster, Top Glen Kingsire Wasilla. Now showing our winner calves of our Ayrshire show.
In our spring yearling class, first place to Esther Bombauer with Miss Awesome Maggie Red. Your reasons?
Well, some different shapes and sizes in our spring yearling class, but the heifer I'm starting the class with just uses that advantage in strength and power today. She has more drop to that forerib today, more depth to her rear flank today, and more openness to her rib today to place over this straight-lined heifer coming out in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third uses that advantage in daringness today. I just prefer she's a little bit longer from end to end today over this super powerful heifer coming out in third. But three really nice heifers in their own right. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Results of the red and white winter yearling class. Entry 326 was our winning entry for Esther Bombauer, Miss Awesome Maggie Red. Entry 251 was second, exhibited by Braxton Elsaw, Sonnenbrook R. Adobe Red ET. And third to entry 252, Caitlin Lietz, Wakefield War Gigi Red ET. Entering the ring now is our winter yearling class. Please bring your first and second place 4-H show entries to ringside. That class will follow the one currently in the ring. And at the conclusion of that show, we will have the national show junior champion.
In our Ayrshire class, winter heifer calf class, second was Autumn Harpster with Top Glen Wasn't Thinking, and winning the class, Anderson Wolf, Pineheart Wildcard Ripple 19. Judge Balmer.
Well, two nice winter heifer calves out here. Heifer I'm going to start with, a full-age heifer, so she does have that advantage, but she also has the advantage of maturity. She shows me more width, especially through those hooks and pins and down through the thurls there. She's broke apart a little bit better than the heifer here in second. In addition, she shows me a little bit more cleanliness down through that thigh area and more openness to that rib, and holds her hooks to pins a little bit more level than the heifer that comes out here in second. Heifer in second, you really admire a lot of things about this heifer. Again, we like to just maybe knock her down on her pins just a little bit and open her up and get a little bit more width between them as well. Congratulations.
Second place in the Winter Yearling Red and White Heifer Show goes to Cale Henry with R Needs Rebel Justice Red, and winning entry, Ella Whitmer with Scolo D. Juliet, 2589. Judge Reynolds, your reasons.
Well, some different shapes and sizes in our winter yearling class, but the heifer I'm starting the class with just uses that advantage and correctness today. She's holding her loin a little bit nicer today over this big bred heifer coming out in second. The heifer in second over the heifer in third uses that advantage and width and power up through that front end today. She's deeper in the heart, has more openness to her rib today over this dairy framed heifer coming out in third. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Reynolds. The next class in the ring will be our 4-H junior champion. Please start bringing those animals into the ring. Results of the winter yearling class, we had 5 entries. Down your show program, 253 was third and second. 254 was fifth and fourth. 255, fourth and third. 256 was second in the national show for Audrey and Brady Seidel with Millionaire Azalea Red ET. And entry 257 was the winning entry for Ella Whitmer, Scolo D. Juliet 2589. Competing for junior champion of the 4-H show, the spring calf class winner was Ella Whitmer with Nice and Fancy, Shake Your Booty Red. Second place, Will Cole with Someday, Merrimack, Penny Red. Our winter calf class entries, Brianne Workman with BGC, Pumpkin Spice 1642 Red. And second winter calf, Will Cole with Bucks Pride, Heinsig, Ada Red. In our fall calf class, first place went to Will Cole with Curvale, Attagirl Red ET. Second, Grayson Elsaw with Quiet Silver, Brielle Red ET. In our summer yearling class, first went to Brady Cole with Bucks Pride, Rompin' Myra Red, and second to Southern Hills Nisa Red ET, exhibited by Hannah Griffith. In our spring yearling class, Esther Bombauer with Miss Awesome Maggie Red was our winning spring yearling, and second was to Braxton Elsaw with Sonnenbrook R. Adobe Red ET. In our final heifer calf class, the winter yearling class, first went to Scolo D. Juliet 2589, exhibited by Ella Whitmer, and second to Cale Henry with R. Needs Rebel Justice Red. Please have any first or second place animals from the national show at ringside after the conclusion of the 4-H Junior Champion.
In our Ayrshire Full Calf class, second goes to Audrey Lammers with Bricker Farms King Cincy, and winning the class, Ava Lammers with Bricker Farms King Cheerio. Judge Balmer.
Well, a really nice set of fall calves out here. Heifer I'm going to start with today, I think is a kind of a close placing. You could kind of mix all three of these up and talk some advantages. But a heifer for me that balances just maybe a touch nicer than the heifer in second. Blends a little bit better behind that up through her front shoulder. And handles her pins out in the move maybe just a touch nicer than the heifer that comes out here in second. Second over third, it's the advantage that she has in overall power, strength, and width, especially the width between her hocks when they're out here on the move. Young lady with the heifer in third, a really sharp, angular type heifer. A heifer, just want to see her grow a little bit, but you love the overall dairiness, again, the sharpness and angularity and cleanliness throughout that she carries. I'd like to maybe just change the way she handles those rear legs and a little bit more width between the hocks as she's out on the move. Congratulations.
In our Ayrshire ring in the fall calf class, placings in your program, 358 was third, 359 was second, Audrey Lammers with Bricker Farms King Cincy, and 360 was the winner of the class, Ava Lammers with Bricker Farms King Cheerio. Now showing our spring yearling Ayrshire heifers.
Well, let's give our youth out here for junior champion of our red and white youth show a big round of applause. I pulled out 4 heifers that I like, heifers that have adequate amount of dairiness, a nice amount of rib. I pulled out our winning winter calf. A heifer you'd maybe like to clean up through that front end today, but a heifer you just love the openness she has. Our pair of fall calves, our winning fall calf, a heifer that's very precise in her parts. She blends really nicely in her parts. It's a very correct heifer. And then our winning spring yearling, a heifer that just has so much balance to her frame, so much openness to that rib today. I'll go out and select your junior champion, your reserve, and honorable mention and give my reasons to follow. For junior champion today, it's going to be this fall calf for me, a heifer you love the dairiness she has, and it is that advantage in dairiness today, cleanliness and length up through her head and neck to get her over our winter calf for reserve. Reserve over honorable mention is a little bit closer in my mind. Our reserve heifer is just handling herself a little bit nicer on those hind legs today, keeping those legs more square underneath her than this really beautiful framed fall calf for honorable mention. Congratulations again to all of our youth.
Congratulations to our junior champion of our 4-H show for Will Cole with Curvale, Attagirl Red ET. She came from our fall heifer calf class. Reserve junior champion was the winning winter calf, BGC Pumpkin Spice 1642 Red for Brianna Workman. And honorable mention came from our fall calf class. She was the second place fall calf for Grayson Elsaw. Quiet Silver Brielle Red ET. We'll now have junior champion of the national show.
In the Ayrshire ring in the spring yearling class, second goes to Grant Thompson with Miss Grammy's Grateful, and winning the class is Katie Schaefer with Lookout Auto Piper. Judge Balmer.
Well, three really nice heifers out here for our spring yearling. The heifer I'm going to start with today, just the most complete heifer in the class for me. A heifer is extremely well balanced. You love the depth and the angularity, or the depth that she carries, along with the sharpness and angularity. But it is the depth that she has, especially through that rear rib, that gets her over the beautiful, upstanding heifer we have coming out here in second. Heifer in second, you love how tall and upstanding this heifer is. Again, like to maybe just drop her rear rib just a little bit more, give her a little bit more mass to that midsection to go along with some of that size. But it is that size, style, and the upstandingness that I give her the advantage over the heifer in third, along with the length up through that head and neck. Heifer in third, a really nice balanced heifer. Again, like to maybe just give her a little more style, a little more sharpness and angularity, and length up through that head and neck, and then also maybe change the way she gets around on those rear legs to get any higher in the class. Congratulations.
I can do spring yearling class in the Ayrshire show. Placings are 361 was third, Riley Brock. 362 was the winner of the class, Katie Schaefer with Lookout Auto Piper, and 363 was second in the class, Grant Thompson with Miss Grammy's Grateful. Now showing our winter yearling heifer to be followed by fall yearlings.
Results of the red and white junior show. Our junior champion went to Will Cole with Curvale, Attagirl Red ET, the winning fall calf. Reserve went to the winter calf winner, BGC Pumpkin Spice 1642 Red, exhibited by Brianne Workman. And the honorable mention went to Grayson Elsaw, also a fall calf, Quiet Silver Brielle Red ET. So that concludes our red and white show. We'd like to thank our judge, Kelly Reynolds, for placing the youth show today. And just a reminder to all youth that in order to qualify for the Dairy Youth Incentive Program, you must participate in the show, showmanship, skillathon, and the judging clinic. All youth who complete these 4 tasks and complete the form, which you can pick up in the Dairy Cattle office, will receive $200. As you look around the ring, you'll see the banners representing our generous sponsors who make the Dairy Youth Incentive Program possible. Again, please join me in thanking our sponsors.
In the winter yearling class of our Ayrshire show, the winner is Delaney Brock with Country Air Charisma Misfortune. Judge Balmer.
Just a single entry here for our winner yearling. Now, Heifer, you like how balanced she is. You like the straightness that she has across the top line. If we could change her, we maybe like to clean her up, just carry a little excess flesh, but a really nice balanced heifer. Congratulations.
A reminder to all junior exhibitors, the judging clinic will be today at 4 o'clock here in Cooper Arena. So be prepared at the conclusion of your shows to come over and complete that part for the incentive program. In our winter yearling class of our Ayrshire show, again, the winner was Delaney Brock with Country Air Charisma Misfortune. Now showing our fall yearling Ayrshire heifers. In our fall yearling class for Ayrshire show, second goes to Anderson Wolf with Pinehart Reagan Sage, and winning the class, Anna Headings with Top Glen Wishful War Chest. Judge Balmer.
Well, 2 entries out here as we get to our fall yearlings. Heifer's a little bit different kind of makes, and I know we're getting some age and heifers that are bred and going to get ready to calve here soon. Heifer I'm going to start with. I give the advantage in overall cleanliness, sharpness, and angularity, especially as you get down through that brisket and up through that front end over the heifer that comes out here in second. Heifer in second, a really nice balanced heifer. Again, we'd like to just kind of clean her up, and I think as she gets into milking form, she'll do that on her own. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Balmer. In our fall yearling class in your programs, 365 was the winner of the class, Anna Headings with Top Glen Wishful's War Chest. 366 was second, Anderson Wolf with Pinehart Reagan Sage. We'll now show for junior champion of our Ayrshire show. Showing for junior champion of our Ayrshire show from our spring calf class. First place was Autumn Harpster with Top Glen Kingsire Wasilla, and second was Carson Bickle with Top Glen Waffle Fry. From the winter calf class, first was Anderson Wolf with Pineheart Wildcard Ripple 19. From the fall calf class, first was Ava Lammers with Bricker Farms King Cheerio, and second was Audrey Lammers with Bricker Farms King Cincy. From the spring yearling class, first was Katie Schaefer with Lookout Auto Piper. And second was Grant Thompson with Miss Grammy's Grateful. From the winter yearling class, first was Delaney Brock with Country Air Charisma Misfortune. And from the fall yearling class, first was Anna Headings with Top Glen Wishful's War Chest.
Well, before I select our junior champion, let's give them all a round of applause, please. I know we didn't have strong numbers out here, but similar to the cow show, there was only a few cows, but they were extremely deep, and I think the heifer show is the same way. I pulled out for me the 5 heifers that kind of show me what I like to see as they come out here. The young lady with her March calf, the more time you spend looking at this calf, you really admire the length and the dairiness that she has. A young man here with a December calf, not acting the nicest today, but a heifer, when you start analyzing her, you like how balanced she is, and you like how well and square put together she is when she does kind of give you that look. And then the young lady is here with a really nice pair of calves, very similar type heifers. You start looking at them, you could probably talk that pair either which way and put it all together. And then our young lady with our spring yearling, a heifer, a really nice balanced type heifer. So I'll run out here quick. I'll select our junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then we'll give them a round of applause, and I'll give you a quick set of reasons. Thank you. Well, for me today out here in our Ayrshire show, a young lady down here getting emotional, making me a little bit emotional. I'm happy to see that. But a young lady that has just the most complete heifer for me. She's extremely balanced, holds it all together, doesn't give you a bad look, wide through that front end, extremely dairy as well. Then you have the young ladies here with the pair of fall calves, the heifers that put it all together. Again, we kind of talked about them, really nice balanced type heifers. A pair of heifers, I think you could talk either which way. There's points in time I kind of like the darker one better than the other one and go back and forth. And I think that just shows you how well put together they are. And then the young man here with a December calf heifer that we just talked about, again, really nice put together. And the young lady with the March calf, again, congratulations to all of them. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Judge Balmer. Junior champion of our Ayrshire Junior Show is the winning spring yearling of Katie Schaefer, Lookout Auto Piper. Congratulations, Katie. Reserve junior champion is the fall calf of Ava Lammers, Bricker Farms, King Cheerio. Congratulations to Ava, and honorable mention goes to Audrey Lammers with Bricker Farms, King Cincy. Congratulations. See y'all Saturday.